Test 1, 2. A very pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the casino at Dania Beach as we bring you another performance of the best of professional Alai right here at the casino at Dania Beach. We have 9 games on tap for you this afternoon, starting out with game 1, which is a singles match. It's played with spectacular 7 scoring, all points doubling after the first round of play. Each game will feature wagering on win, place, show, quinella, exacta, and trifecta. We'll also have some additional wagers. We'll have the daily double, first one starting right here in games 1 and 2. Also, we have a late daily double, the final 2 games, games 8 and 9. There will be superfecta betting in 2 games, games 4 and 7. Those 2 games will feature spectacular 9 scoring, all points doubling after round 1, played to 9 points, while the other 7 games will be played with spec 7 scoring. We also have a pick 3 today. It starts in game number 3, played in games 3, 4, and 5, and a second pick 3, which starts in game 6, games 6, 7, and 8. So be sure and get those pick 3 wagers in before the start of the first game of the set. At this time, we have no changes in today's official program. Make your selections early. Please don't wait till the last second. Take that chance of getting shut out. Get up and get to the windows. First game post time now is 18 minutes away. Welcome once again to the casino at Dania Beach.
Right here, right now, the first sight shit is no joke. Could be no alpha, could be a Romeo. Tell them boys back up, I ain't going nowhere. I'ma for that back up, put it on your story so what your friends see, everyone can see. And we going and going and going, it's a good night.
And we want to welcome our highlight fans throughout the country and throughout the world. I'm Big Dave Lemon, along with players manager here at Casino at Dania Beach, Benny Bueno. And we have some conversations throughout the performance in between games today that you can hear here on the internet. We will be monitoring the chat, so if you have some questions, be sure and send those along, and we'll try to answer some of them for you. Benny, first of all, the Dania Highlight closed for about a year. And you've been active. You've been working here the whole time, obviously putting together a tremendous roster. Tell me a little bit about your thoughts. You weren't sure when exactly we were going to reopen here. So what were your plans during this offseason and what you decided to do?
Well, I guess to start off with, we'll go back all the way to November of last year when the decision was made. Actually, it was made before that, but to go ahead and close at the end of November. And then we had December to kind of sit down in the boardroom and just kind of, okay, reset, look at everything from the beginning. And I think that what we had to do was apply for dates if we wanted to return. So in December, we decided, okay, we'll apply for dates in December and January 22 and 23. If for whatever reason we decide not to play those dates, there's really no obligation. The state is very lenient these days. So we applied for the dates, and that was the first step of, kind of brainstorming of, okay, what do we want it to look like when we come back? And then we started talking in January a little bit about the Battle of the Palace and that tournament and what we wanted to do, what we wanted to showcase. We had a lot of positive feedback from the fans and the people that came to see it. We had some negative feedback, which we took very seriously, which was there was no betting on the games. We were charging a $5 admission to come in. But all in all, I think it was successful for what it was. The company really didn't make a lot of money out of it. It cost us money as far as flights and hotels. So it's something that it's still on the drawing board, so to speak, even though we already did one. So we're looking at April of this year to maybe consider doing it again. And then after that, I took a short vacation in May and June, and then kind of came back saying, okay, so what do we want it to look like? And then we started looking at, who do we want to play? Because that's what's most important, the product. And, to be honest with you, at first we had a high expectation. We started talking about bringing in all the world champions, all the big players, all the big names, and everybody here knows who they are and what they bring to the table. But what I ran into was a conflict in schedule. And I ran into it first during the Battle of the Palace, where a lot of these players were committed in March. A lot of the players were committed in June. So I had to schedule that tournament around the European tournament schedule. So coming into this season, right around July, maybe early August, I started looking around at who's playing what, where, when, with who, and I started running into, as I spoke to some of my good friends like Goicoechea and Lopez and Aritz and other guys like that, even Barandika and Leke, just guys that, would have made it an all-star stellar roster. And I started to realize that the Winter Series is playing right about now in Guernica, Spain. So I spoke with the organizer there, and I thought to myself, I don't like it when I have a conflict, whether it be with scheduling or with players. So what I thought of doing was looking for players that weren't playing in that. The only player that I was going back and forth with a little bit, because I really, really wanted him to be here, was Johan Sorozabal. And fortunately for him, but unfortunately for us, he was invited to play in the tournament without qualifying. So he made the decision to go there. I respect that decision. I think it's actually great for Johan. He's a great kid, and he's got a lot of upside to his future. So I started looking at players that weren't playing in that, and I started making contact with some scouts over there in Guernica, in Marquina, in Biarritz, and I started just getting some names and putting together a list of players that weren't going to be busy this 2 month. So then it came to the point, well, how many returning players are going to be coming back? And there was a lot of conversation of what we wanted the competition to look like. And I'll be honest with you, Dave, for the first time in the 10 years that I've been here as a player manager, I had the opportunity and the ability to bring in first-time players. And it doesn't mean that they're first time to the game. It means first times in the United States. So the thought behind that for me was, okay, so in the last 10 years, Alai's been dwindling in the Basque Country as far as participation by young kids. And that's mainly because Miami closed and Orlando closed, and all the other frontons have closed, and there's not really a lot of opportunity for young players. So a lot of the young players, at least from what I was being told, were moving on to other sports and not playing Alai, playing Mano, which is very popular over there and is probably a better career than Alai over there, and there was no opportunity here. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to pick a group, and it didn't have to be all 22 players, to come here, to play for 2 months, to enjoy the experience, to get a little bit more experience and learn about the Quiniela style of play. And so they would go back in February, back to their homelands, wherever it is, Spain or France, and be cheerleaders for us and tell the group over there, at least the younger crew, hey, this was the greatest experience of my life. You should pick up the game, or you should continue to practice, or you should train to maybe go over there next year.
I want to get back to some of these players because people really want to know how you found them, what you've liked so far from what you've seen. But as the manager of the highlight department, you had so many preparations to make to get this thing ready. 2-month season, in fact, opening many days around the holidays that we haven't been open in the past. And let's face it, for highlight fans, it's kind of a habit. You get out of the habit. How do you attract people to know that we're open, to come back in, come back in? Obviously, there's working with the marketing department here at the casino, but your preparations for just getting started and getting everyone open here on the court.
Well, it was difficult. First off, it started off where, June, July, August, I was just getting different lists for Alai, lists for, the betting, for the marketing, for the players, for all the different preparation that we needed. And, because you sit next to me, you've been next to me for the last 30 years. I'm kind of a one-man show here. And I don't really delegate a lot of the tasks. I try to take them on myself. So that's good and bad in the sense that I get a lot done, but it also is bad in the sense that a lot of things may not get done. I tell everybody, as far as in the building, the marketing team and everybody else, what it is that I'd like to see, what it is that I want. And then I just hope that everybody follows through. And a lot of times they do. We're really good here in the building. When people are here, we have pretty good customer service, especially for our longtime, fans and bettors. And, the people that are here, they know I'm out in the crowd, every opportunity I get. And I talk to people, and I'm honest with everybody, and people ask me the 2 million questions that everybody wants to know about Alai, and I do my best at answering it, but a lot of those questions don't have answers. So, when it came to like September and October, and even more so in November, it was just a landslide of things that I had to do, and, prepping to get you guys here and the broadcast team, which, by the way, I'm very, very proud and very happy to have Mike and Genesis down in the TV room. They're both very experienced in broadcasting. They needed very little training to get the switcher and all the equipment up and running, but they're both new to Alai. So I'm very proud of both of them that they were able to pick up the game pretty quickly and do the switching and, keep the action in front of the people. And it's still a learning process for them and for us. We have new equipment. Everything's connected differently. Nothing is the same as last year. Even these 2 microphones that we're talking on right now, we've been trying to get them connected for the last week or two, and throwing new cables. And it's just everything's a process. So I guess what I'd like to say is thank you for everybody for having some patience and just kind of going through this with us, because it is kind of just a concept that we're testing of, okay, so we're doing it for 2 months. Can we do it for 4 months? Can we do it for 6 months? Is it feasible for the company to continue doing this? Is it feasible for the players? Because honestly, all these players that are playing here now, they came for the 2-month competition. They have jobs that are waiting for them back in Spain and France. So they were able to get a break to come here. So would these players be able to come for 4 months? And my answer to that is unknown. I don't know that all 22 players that are here would be available if we wanted to increase it. So there's a lot of questions that don't have answers, but I'm doing my best at just gathering as much information I can. So in February, when we sit back down and we go over A through Z, I'm able to at least give them educated answers to their questions.
You've been a huge part of growing this sport over the years, obviously a great playing career yourself. And we have a lot of people that listen on the internet now, watch the games, and enjoy it. And we know that they're going to be there. They talk about it in the chat room. They're all ready for the season to start. Many of them making trips down here over the holidays to see the games. But what about our locals here? Obviously Magic City playing down there in Miami, but no highlight for a while and getting people back in the building. What has been your thought about the response thus far here locally?
Well, everything's been positive. All of the people and the fans that are here, again, they know I was out there last night. I was out there Friday night. Some of the performances, most of the performances, I'm in the cage with the players scoring the games. I don't have a full-time assistant like I did last year. But like today, I have my good friend Romo, which has been with me for a couple years. I've actually known him for almost 40 years now. And he's a guy that I trust back there to score the games and take care of the players and just keep an eye on things for me. So when he's there at like today and last night, I'm able to go out and talk to the fans and just kind of, what I want everybody to know is that, and I said this a couple of weeks ago in Tigers Chalk Talk. I don't do any of this for me. I mean, I have this attitude of gratitude that for the last 40 years, especially the first 30 years of my highlight experience, everything I own, everything I have is because of highlight. And you've been there. We used to do. This is a just a flashback of 2000, 2001 when we used to do Miami highlights on Sundays in the Crystal Card Room. So, for me, I'm just appreciative that I've been given this opportunity to bring back highlight, even though it's only for 2 months. And I'm also very appreciative to the fans that are showing up. And yes, the experiment has to work out financially. The bettors have to bet. The players have to play. Everything has to sync for us to do it again. But I'm really confident that as we go on, and I've been saying this all year long, I just want to take the best first step that I can, and I think this is a great first step. And a lot of people want to compare us to Magic City and say Magic City's doing a lot more than you, and it's true. They're doing a great job down there, and for all the fans that are either one-sided or like us both, listen. Everybody knows my son plays there. Everybody knows that I watch them. I don't go there live because I don't see it as a conflict of interest, but maybe somebody else might. So I just watch on YouTube, and I support my son. And I have a lot of friends there. Spinner, Kubala. I've known Kubala since he was 10 years old. I knew Ikeda when he was born because I played with his father, Juanito, in Miami. So I have a lot of great friends over there, and I support them. I want them to do good. But they're them, and we're us. And I have to, like the saying, think globally but act locally. So I'm just trying to make Dania the best thing it possibly could be.
You mentioned the players, first time here in the United States for a lot of them, young guys, probably most of them in their 20s, maybe a few in their 30s. Probably the best-known player, Leduc, who is not related to Leduc that played here before, but one of the top players in Spain, in France over the years. Just real quickly, and I want to get back to this in between some games when we discuss it some more and talk about individual players, maybe what they did on the court in the previous game or something like that. But just real quickly, how did you come up with these guys? Did you travel over and watch them play personally? Did you get tapes from people, recommendations from experts over there? How did you put together this roster?
Well, unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to go over there. That was my idea back when we started talking about it. But just, one thing led to another, and it started snowballing. I did have a couple of scouts. Like I said, I have Diego in Guernica. I have a Tyne in Marquina. I have Johan's father, Sorazabal, in Biarritz. All these guys were feeding me videos throughout the year, just telling me names, telling me, check this kid out, check this kid out. All very trustworthy, all very good judge of talent. Then I had, some personal friends, Irastorza and just other players that I played with throughout the years telling me, hey, I know this kid, he plays from a small town. I mean, this kid Aresti and Mansi, they play in a very small town. They're from the same town as like Eric and Beitia. It's just Mutrico's a very small little highlight community. So they're not on the big stage, but they play every day and they practice and they train. So they're very, very, very good players that are kind of unknown.
Well, we'll have to leave that hanging for now because we're getting ready to start game one here this afternoon here on a Sunday. We'll come back to you in between some games. It's a very short period of time, so we can't get into too much detail. But if you have some things you want to know, let us know on the chat, and we will get back to you in between games later on. Thanks for being with us today, and enjoy the games this afternoon.
This is your final call this afternoon for wagering on Game 1 and the early daily double. Place your bets on Win, Play, Show, Quinella, Exacta, and Trifecta. We'll get underway shortly. 9 games in this afternoon's performance and no changes at this time. We're set to get underway, but before we do, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to have you please rise as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. This is this afternoon's first game. It is a singles match played with spectacular 7 scoring. Serving and wearing red in post 1 will be Porte. And receiving in the blue shirt, post 2, Mansi. First game is on. Two-all rebote by Porte scores its point to the 1. Wearing white in post 3 is a tie in the second. Scoop on the backhand by a Tyne. Low hard one, and it's caught on the reverse. Porte's 2-all lands on the wood, though, and it's point to the 3. Post 4 in the green shirt is Echeverry. And his Karam will score, point 4. Wearing the black shirt, post 5 is Laborde. Too high, that's out of play into the upper cushion, point of the 5. 5 serving now to post 6. Wearing the gold shirt is Benatrice. That is into the lower cushion. 6 gets the point. Now we'll bring out post 7 and Brown, Oyenard. Nice catch, climbing the side wall. That is Benetrice. Now this one shoots back out, and this will score, point 6. 2 points for the 6, serving out of post 8 in the purple shirt, and completing round 1 is Dania. Rebote by Danel, caught on the front forehand by Benetrice. And his chick check comes out hot. And no return there from Danel, so it's point to the 6. All points scored, now worth double. 1st to 7 wins this singles game opening this afternoon. Here's post 2, Mancy. Good try by Benetrice, but he cannot get it back to the front wall. Scored for the 2. And 2 will serve to post 1, Porte. Bote goes 2 walls. Excellent catch there by Porte. One to the 1. So the 1 with 3 points, serving out of post 3, a tie. There's the Chula by a tie, point 3. Three now serving to 4, Echeverry. Point 3. 5 points, possible game point. Post 3, a tie. He'll serve now to post 5, Laborde. And that one gets by a tie at the side wall. Scored for the 5. That keeps the game alive, and 5 now serves to 7, Oyenard. Oyenard, left side relote, clips the sidewall, heads outside, lands on the cord for a winner, point 7. And 7 will serve to 8. That is Danielle. And that one gets by Danielle. Point of the 7. 7 serving to post 6, Benetrice. He's back with 3. And that tips off the cesta on the reverse, point of the 6. Possible game point, post 6, Benetrice. He will serve now to post 2, Mancy. And that stays on the court to score. It's point of game, post 6. Post 3 finishing second, and post 7 will take third. Winning the first game this afternoon, post 6, Benetrice, finishing second, post 3, Atine, coming in third, post 7, Oyenard. Your price is now posted for game number 1, 3-6 Quinella, returns $44 even. The 6-3 exacta is $87.80, 6-3-7 trifecta, $880.80. Game number 2 is next. It completes the daily double. Spectacular 7 scoring in game number 2, and post time now is 6 minutes away.
Again, coming back to you live here on the internet for our fans around the country, around the world that watch Dania Highline on a regular basis, or maybe you're finding us for the first time, who knows. But let's talk with Benny again for a few minutes in between games. We don't have a lot of time. We'll get to some questions possibly later, but I do want to say we do have some familiar faces. Let's start there with the players who wanted to come back, who you decided not to bring back. Just a few quick things about that. We know we have Arietta, and we have Zuleika, and we have even Bilo, who had retired and decided to come back and play. So tell us about the guys that are familiar to our fans.
Well, quite honestly, Dave, that was the hardest part of the whole process was, obviously we had, 26 players that were here last year. Some of the guys I don't want to say, for lack of a better term, I eliminated them early because they were playing in the Winter Series, like Barandika, and guys like that. But also, there's other guys that that moved on. There was a couple of guys that I did want to bring back. Perfect example is Ubia. Ubia is a local guy, and I wanted to bring him back, and he's moved on. He's got another job. He's working, in real estate, and he's setting his roots. So he didn't want to come back. And then there was players that wanted to come back, and it's not that I didn't want them to come back. It's just with 22 players, you have a very, very small roster and very few spots. So I'm not very popular right now as far as with the local guys, because there are some guys here in town that would have liked to have played. But, historically, the guy in my position has to make these tough decisions. So I own them. I made the decisions, and I've talked to some of the people. Some people are okay with it. Some of them aren't. But we move forward. And I think that before the season started, it was a little rough because they were like, you're bringing this guy in instead of me. You're bringing this guy. And now that the kids are playing, and I don't want to call them kids, now that the players are playing and now that the roster is set and the games are on, a lot of people, I think, understand what I'm trying to do.
I think the players need time to get used to the court. Obviously, the guys who have been here before, it's like riding a bike. They're right back on it and doing it. But what have you seen from the new guys coming in? I think what the great thing about this roster is, from top to bottom, it's very even.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things that the betting public here is like, I don't know the players, I'm not sure, and I don't like to tell people what to do. I'm me, I'm far from an expert when it comes to the betting. Now, when it comes to the talent on the court and the players and why they're over serving so much and why they're out of position so much, that I could explain to people. But I just been telling people, just bet numbers until you get to know your favorites. You're going to find out who wins, who doesn't, who you like, who you don't. But for now, just throw some numbers out and have fun, enjoy the games, because the guys are playing well. And even with the mistakes that they're making, and some people have made oh, look at that, it's a bonehead mistake. It's not really a bonehead mistake. These guys play on several different courts throughout the year to train, and then they come here, and this court is totally different than every other court. So they have a hard time adjusting in such a short period.
I've seen some people say, well, these new guys, some of them are playing better than the old guys. The point there probably is many of these players who came over from Spain and France were playing all year round regularly. The other guys hung up the cesta for several months and probably didn't play a whole lot.
Well, that's true. The guys that were here local, the few that you mentioned, even like Urbieta and Goenaga, those guys have been here all year long. They're working. They got jobs. And we started off practicing once a week. And then as we got closer, we moved it to 2 times a week. And then, 3 times the week before we started playing, we practiced 3 times the 2 weeks before we started. But that's still not enough. I mean, these guys from Spain and France, they've been training. From the moment I contacted them the first time, they're in the gym, on the court, and get ready to play. And those guys are that much better for it.
Give me one name of someone who has really impressed you. I mean, Leduc, I think, was maybe the best known of the names of the new guys coming over from his international play over the years. But there's a couple of really impressive young guys that have really stood out to you, I'm sure, in the first week or so.
It might come as a surprise to everybody, but the guys that have impressed me the most are the guys that are not really playing well, but I see the upside in them. One perfect example is this kid Aresti. I mean, he's like 19 or 20 years old. He's one of the guys that plays in this small town. He hasn't seen this kind of competition. But he underserves a lot and he misses some fairly easy balls. But when I see the mechanics that he has and he shoots it, he gets the ball and he throws a costal when no one's expecting it. Those are the things that I see that if he builds on that, he's going to be really good in the future.
A lot of things to talk about today. We'll come back in between games as much as we can this afternoon. So stick around and listen for that. Hope you're enjoying the action today here at the casino at Dania Beach.
This is your final call for betting on game number 2. This is final call. This is game 2. It is a doubles match. Spectacular 7 scoring. Serving and wearing the red shirts of post 1, Laduch and Oyenard. Receiving in the blue shirts of post 2, Zuleika and Porte. Strong right side there by Zuleika. Out it comes off the back wall, and the rebote by Laduch. And Allen gets by. Porte on the inside, scored for the 1. 1 now serving the 3, wearing the white shirts. It's Iturbide and Danielle. That one heads to the outside of the court. A running catch there by Laduch. Nice play in the backcourt by Danielle. Strong forehand to the backcourt. Comes off the back wall, and the rebote made by Iturbide. Over the shoulder grab by Laduch. Now Iturbide with a forehand rebote, and moving up to get it is Oyenard. Catch in the backcourt now. And that tips off the cesta on the short hop. Point of the 3. That will bring out the 4 team. Wearing green, it is Benatrice and Mancy. 4 gets the point. Here's the 5 team, Echeverry and Bilo. Cortada inside, will score, point 4. 4 serving to 6. They wear the gold shirts. It's Arietta and Derbietta. Two all lands on the wood, scored for the 4. Four serving to 7. They wear the brown shirts. It's Aaron and a tie in the second. Nice catch on the backhand there by Mancy. Catch on the reverse, that time by a Tyne. And that tips off the Seston. 4 will get another. 14 with 4 straight. They'll serve to post 8, completing the first round of play in purple. It is Vicente and Laborde. Now moving in to take it on the reverse is Mancy. He'll play the hard reverse. Center of the court. There's the play by Laborde. Scooped on the forehand. Here's a cortada. And that is off the cesta, and 4 gets another. 5 straight points now for Benatrice and Mancy. Post 4. They'll serve to the 2 team. That is Zuleika and Porte. Points are now double. Possible game point. Looking for the perfect game is the 4 team. Zuleika, left side rebote, takes a high bounce. There to cut it off is Mancy. Excellent catch on the reverse by Mancy. That was 2 bounces and out of play. 1 to 2. So 2 will serve to 1. That is Laduch and Oyenard. Beautiful catch by Zuleika. Four on the inside, and the catch by Zuleika on the reverse. Cortada inside is a winner by Laduch. Point to the 1. So the 1 team now with 3 points. They'll serve to the 3. That's Iturbide and Danelle. Outside ripper to score. Point to the 3. Three will serve to 5. That is Echeverry and Bilo. There's the catch on the reverse this time by Echeverry. He can't hang on this time though, and it's point 3. 3 team now with 5 points, possible game point. Iturbide and Danelle trying to stop them will be the 6. Arietta and Urbieta. Urbieta, forehand catch back to the inside. Ramate hits the woods, scored for the 6. Six serving now to 7. That is Aaron Anatan. That one's tipped in the front court by Aaron. 6 will get another. Six team now. With 4 points, and they will serve to the 8 team of Vicente and Laborde. This one comes low off the back wall. Ruote is out of play, too high, hits the upper cushion, and 6 gets 2 more. And so it is now a possible game point for Arietta and Urbieta in post 6. Trying to stop them will be the 4 team. That is Benatrice and Mansi. They are back with 5, so this is now win point. 6 points and 5 points for these 2 teams, so the winner will take the games. Post 6 serving to 4. Fall down Rebote saved by Arietta and played deep in the back corner by Bansi. Off the cesta point and game to the 6 team, Arietta and Urbieta. This will be place and show point now, 3 serving to 4. The winner places, the loser will show. Iturbide, the Rebote back to the inside, and the catch by Mansi at the sidewall. Mansi with a forehand. And that's off the cesta. Point and plays to the 4 team. Post 3 will take show. 6-4-3, your order finish here in game number 2. Winning game number 2, post 6, Arietta and Urbieta finishing second to 4 team. Benatrice and Mansi coming in third, post 3. Iturbide and Daniel. Quinella 4-6, Exacta 6-4, the trifecta 6-4-3. And here come your prices for game number 2. 4-6 Quinella 102.20. The Exacta 6-4 67.60. 6-4-3 trifecta $431.60. And your early daily double is a pair of 6s, returning $145.40. Game 3 is up next. It starts our early pick 3 this afternoon. Spectacular 7 scoring in game number 3. Make your selections. Place your bets now. Post time is in 7 minutes.
All right, so we're back, internet fans. Big Dave is getting set up here, and I'm just going to try to jump in a little earlier so we have a little more time. I see a question here, which is actually a very good question, a valid question, and it's about sponsors and if we're going to have any sponsors coming in, and if so, when. So we have some new employees in marketing, and they've been given the task to go out and find sponsors and sell sponsorships, whether it be in our program or in our broadcast or just event sponsors. And we did it a little bit with the Battle of the Palace, and if anybody knows anything about sponsorships, the first thing a sponsor is going to ask you is, well, how many eyes are on this? How many people are seeing it? How many people watch it daily? How many viewers do you have? And then they make their decision. And then, there's a lot of sponsors out there, big name sponsors. I've talked to Bacardi. I've talked to a bunch of other different, sponsors here locally, people with the Chamber of Commerce here in Dania. And, honestly, when I tell them, well, we get about, 200 views live and maybe 1,000 views altogether, or we get about 100 to 200 people in the audience, sometimes that's not enough for them, and they hear that and they either move on or they decline to sponsor. Obviously, the more people that watch Highlight, the more people that like Highlight, and the more broadcast we do, a broader broadcast, because right now we're just on YouTube, I think it'd be more attractive to sponsors. So we're trying. We're out there. We're fishing, and it's one of those cold and rainy days out where we're fishing, but we're not catching anything. So we are trying.
How about a long-term view of what we've seen in Highlight over the last year since we've been closed? We've seen Magic City actually get on with a deal with ESPN to have some internet broadcasts. They've worked on some tournaments as well. And as you mentioned earlier, they've done a great job. There's no question about it. Obviously, you're thinking about these things for Dania in the future. One season at a time, 1 week at a time. But long-term in the back of your mind, national coverage, national sports betting, that sort of thing. What have you thought about that?
Well, again, going back to last year and even the year before that, when there was talk about bringing the products of head-to-head and battle court and all that stuff, we definitely are watching closely, and we would love to be a part of some kind of sports betting or some larger audience or larger stage. But what we haven't been able to do yet is to lay the groundwork, and Magic City's actually still laying down the groundwork. Yeah, they're doing great. They got sponsorship, they got team owners, they have ESPN coverage, but they're still laying groundwork. And if it's a race, and they're definitely ahead of us, and we have a lot of catching up to do. But having said all that, this year, quite honestly, I've just been focused on this moment right now, and leading up to this moment was preparing for this moment. And now that the moment is here, I'm just living in the moment. So when the season ends or the tournament ends and February comes around, and then I have a lot of free time on my hands before we do it again, I'll definitely explore some of the opportunities that might arise and any avenues that we haven't looked at to try to get a different platform such as sports betting.
What are your thoughts about people's reaction to coming back this year? Obviously, the good Highlight fans that follow the sport very closely are thrilled to death, and they've been singing your praises, and well, they should be, because everybody thought, hey, what are we going to do with the rest of our lives now, and we're never going to be back again. Now there's a totally different situation, and the hope is out there on the horizon. So what has been your reaction to people's responses?
Again, just gratitude. I'm happy that I'm able to do this. A lot of people want to say, oh, Benny this and Benny that, but Benny's nothing without the opportunity to do it. So I always thank the company, the ownership. I mean, people want to say that the owners hate Highlight, that they got rid of it, and that's far from the truth. I speak to the owner maybe 2 or 3 times a year when he's here in the building, and he's got a dozen questions about Highlight, and he wants Highlight on this property. But then again, at the same time, it's a board of directors that, they look at everything, and just the same way that our pizza place is not open every day. It's not open every day because it doesn't make money every day. So it's a business, and I understand that. But at the same time, they do love highlight, and they want highlight here, and so do I. And so the mixture of them giving me the opportunity, and just for the record, they gave me a blank slate. They said, we're going to do it for 2 months. Do whatever you want. Bring whoever you want, however you want, the bets that you want, the games that you want. Obviously they said 22 players. They set a budget, but it was a blank slate for me to do whatever I wanted. So, again, I'm just grateful that the fans are showing up. We had a really good weekend so far, yesterday and Friday and Saturday of this week. Opening day was nice. That weekend was a little slow. I guess the World Cup and other things going on. Now with YouTube and Watching Wager, people could stay home and watch. So I'm okay with it. Obviously, there's nothing like watching highlight live. So I like walking through the audience. And I'm not doing it so people will pat me in the back. I'm doing it just to gauge the enthusiasm that I've been seeing in the last couple of weekends.
A tremendous passion for the game that you've always had, Benny. I share that as well. If people heard our show that you mentioned a couple of decades ago down in Miami, we could do this for hours. But we got another game to play, so we're going to cut it off this time. We'll be back, hopefully, after every game, if we can fit that in today. We're trying this for the first time, and we'd love to hear your reaction. We'll be back after this game.
This is game 3 this afternoon. It is the start of the pick 3, the early pick 3. Spectacular 7 scoring, serving and wearing red in post 1, Vicente and Atine the second. Receiving in blue post 2, Iturbide and Porte. First point goes to the 1. Wearing the white shirt, post 3, here's Benatrice and Laborde. Now the short hop pickup on the backhand by Benatrice. Diving rebote save. Beautiful play there by Benatrice. Aboard the forehand throw, looking for the high bounce, but center court to get it is a time. Too high, out of play, into the upper cushion. Point of the 3. 3 now serving to the 4 team. They wear green. It's Goenaga and Oyenard. Catch and a serve. And now Goenaga will let this one go through. Moving up to get it, Oyenard, forehand throw. Wall to wall with a strong throw, and the rebote made by Benetrice. Beautiful pickup on the forehand. There's the carom. It's caught on the backhand by Benetrice. This will come way back off the back wall. And that one was out of play. 24. Four serving to the 5 team, wearing the black shirts. That's Zuleika and Dania. Tough rebote save by Goenaga. That's hooked too low into the pad. 1 of the 5. 5 serving to 6. They wear gold. It is Aaron and Bilo. Running catch by Zuleika on the forehand. Long carom run down by Zuleika, but he can't get off a return, and it's point to the 6. 6 serving to 7. They wear the brown shirts. It's Laduch and Urbieta. That pops out of the cesta, and 6 will get a point. Brings out the 8 team in purple. Arietta and Mansi. Now Arietta lets it go through. Here's the play in the backcourt by Mansi. And a catch on the reverse. Nice play by Aaron. Drilling the reverse is Arietta. This one comes way back out. The rebote on the forehand by Aaron. And that will tip off the cesta. Score for the 8. Here is the 2. It's Iturbide and Porte. Points are worth double. 1st to 7 wins this game. Excellent catch in the backcourt by Mansi. Now there's the grab by Iturbide. Iturbide plays it toward the center of the court. Now a cortada from the outside. And that is a winner by Mansi. Point to post 8. So 8 takes the first double point. They now have 3, and they will serve to the one team. That is Vicente and a time. One with a double. Setting up to play the rebote is Benetrice, but eclipses the sidewall, lands on the wood. Score for the one. So the one team with 5, possible game point for Vicente and a tie in post 1. They'll serve to the 4, Goanaga and Oyenart. Point of game to post 1. 8 will finish second, 6 will take third. And your price is now posted for game number 3. Winning the game, post 1, Vicente and a tie. Finishing second, the 8, Arietta and Mansi. Coming in third, post 6, Aaron and Bilo. The Quinella is 1-8, returning $27.60. The 1-8 exact at $92.60. 186 trifecta, 804.60. Game 4 is up next. It's our first superfecta game of this performance. 9-point game, played to 9, with points doubling after round 1. Make your selections, place your bets now. Post time in 6 minutes.
And good afternoon, guys. Welcome back to the between game chit chat here with me and Big Dave, or Big Dave and I. I'm running around doing a bunch of things today, but I'm going to take a little bit of time and come out and chat with you guys. And we're monitoring the chat. Again, like our friend Rock and Ray says, and everybody else, hit like, hit the share button, subscribe to our YouTube channel if you didn't already. And I got a question here, which is it's interesting to me because I'm willing to try anything at least once. They want us to do an online raffle. Now, my question is, what would the prizes be? Who wants to win what?
Well, I'll tell you one thing I would want is one of the new jerseys. If you got any extra jerseys, especially that, I love that post 8, and there's some really interesting designs. I want to get back to that a little bit later because there's a whole process of designing these things, deciding what you wanted to use, but that would be my first suggestion. And
it's actually an interesting story. So yeah, we'll save that for later. But the way the jerseys came about.
What about? Obviously it's free admission and parking here and everything, so you don't give those kind of things away. But you've had things you've had in the past. I'm sure you have a few highlight cards in your possession that a lot of people are trying to complete sets. Maybe something like that.
Well, yeah, we gave most of those player cards out last year, especially towards the end of the season in November. I do have a lot of Joey cards, classic Joey cards and Arriaga cards, because we bought extra ones of those because we were going to do a Alai week right around COVID. So we had it planned. We ordered all the giveaway stuff, and unfortunately the COVID shut that down, so we weren't able to do it. So I do have some of those player cards. I also have some player cards left over from that season, but it's just a random set. It's not really like anything that, I mean, I don't know. For me, I think that it would be interesting for people. I know that somebody's going to say they want a pelota. Those are hard to come by these days. We donated probably about 150 balls to the schools in Spain and France a couple of years ago. So we're running low on highlight balls, but maybe let me talk to our guys here and see. And listen, I'm up for suggestions. Write in the chat or write me an email and say how we would do it and what we would do. And I mean, I could be creative and think of it as well. But like I said, I want to do something that the people want, not what I want.
You mentioned the balls. That just brings to mind for me how much preparation is behind the scenes here. And a lot of people that are longtime fans understand how the balls are resewn by the ball maker, how they're made and everything. Baskets are all repaired on a pretty regular basis by a basket maker. What has been the situation with setting those guys up? They're employees of yours for a long time. They went on to other things. A lot of them are older gentlemen, maybe thought, well, I'm through with highlight for the rest of my life. How did you get that put back together?
Yeah, I mean, again, there was a lot of emotion last year, and it was even with you and Dave and Patrick and my broadcast team and the referees and everybody was emotional last year at the end of it all. But the ball maker Paco and the basket maker Chabelo, I mean, they've been in this building since the 80s. I mean, literally, Chabelo started in 1982. He was at Miami Highlight with me for 1 year, and then he came over here in either 82 or 83, and he's been here since. And Paco's been here since the 90s, late 90s, so he's also another one that, I mean, they're part of the fabric that makes this thing go. So it was very emotional. So needless to say, they were extremely happy when I called them back. I called them back for the Battle of the Palace in April. They were super happy to come back. Kept them busy a little bit throughout the year as far as practice balls and the players were paying them to fix the baskets and stuff. But now they're extremely happy to be back, and it is, the balls is a whole process that maybe people don't know about it. But highlight ball doesn't last forever. And what we usually do, or we used to do, is we'd buy the balls every 2 years. We buy 200 highlight balls, brand new. And then we would retire the previous generation of balls. These balls that we're playing with now are from 2018, and we were set to buy balls in 2020, but COVID again shut us down for a few months, so that year was very strange. And then in 2021, when we came back, there was a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, with the whole decoupling and the players' union, and there was a lot of things happening there. So everything last year, besides obviously the play and what the people see, was put on hold. So we're due to buy highlight balls, but now that we're playing 2 months, there's questions of, well, is it worth it to buy new highlight balls? I, for one, am lobbying every single month of the year to let's repaint the court, let's redo the floor. I mean, right now, without even blinking an eye, I could spend $250,000 on our facilities and not even do everything that I'd like to do.
Well, we're coming up on another game. We're going to get started here very shortly. I'll tease the question that you can think about during the game is how much you want to explain about a little situation that happened this past week where a ball actually tore in the middle of a point and how it affected it and what the decision was.
I would love to. Okay. We'll talk about that on the next side of this game.
We'll get back to that, but we're getting ready to start the fourth game, our Superfecta game. We hope you're enjoying the conversation. Please let us know what you think, and we'll try to do it as often as we can and as many games as we can. We'll be back with more after this game.
Game 4 is a doubles match. It is spectacular 9 scoring. Serving and wearing red in post 1, Vicente and Porte. Receiving in blue post 2, Aaron and Laborde. Fourth game is on. There's the cortada, and it's hung on to by Aaron. Beautiful catch on the backhand by Laborde. The leaping catch by Aaron. Cortada the inside, moving up to get it is Porte. Scoop on the forehand. Nice play there by Laborde. And that rebote will fall short. Point 2. So we're underway in here in game 4, and now moving into position to receive in the white shirts of post 3, Laduch and Derbieta. On the reverse, here's Laborde. He'll play the lift it to the back wall and cut off before it gets there is Urbieta. Tipped off the cesta, point 3. 3 serving to 4. They wear the green shirts. It's Benatrice and Oyenard. Now the reverse inside and moving up to get it is Urbieta. He'll lift it to the inside. And the catch made by Benatrice. Point 3. 3 serving to 5, wearing the black shirts. It's Iturbide and Mansi. Point 5. 5 will serve to 6 in gold. That's Goanaga and Danielle. Here's the court on the inside, and turning around to take it on the right side is Goanaga, but he cannot hang on, and it's point to the 5. And that one goes out of play. One to 5. That's 3 straight now for the 5 team, and they'll serve to post 8 in purple. Zulaika and Bailo. Iturbide, the forehand rebote, center of the court. Tough hop there. Gets by Bailo and scores. Point 5. Don't forget this is a 9-point game. First to 9 wins his superfecta action here in game 4. 5 serving to 1. Vicente and Porte. Rebote to the inside. Iturbide, he'll play it to the inside with a Dejada, and it works. Point 5. That's 6 now for the 5 team. Once again, don't forget it takes 9 to win this game. Back in the court is the 2. That's Aaron and Laborde. And that is off the cesta. 5 will get 2 more. Eight points, possible game point for Iturbide and Mansi. Post 5, looking for the perfect game here in game number 4. They'll serve to the 4. Benatrice and Oyenard. Benatrice with a reverse, and Mansi hangs on. Another nice catch there by Oyenard. Hanging on the outside is Iturbide. Now Oyenard with a forehand throw. And a catch on the reverse by Mansi. Leaping catch near the sidewall by Benatrice. And a running grab this time by Iturbide. Benatrice lifts the reverse in the back corner. There is the play by Mansi. Chick-chack dug out by Oyenard. Cortada inside, caught by Iturbide. Nice play. And that one will get by Mansi, so the 4 will score, and that will keep the game alive. Here is the 3 back on the court now. It is LaDuce and Urbieta. Point 3. Post 3, serving to post 6 now, Goanaga and Danelle. Running hard to grab it is Urbieta, but he cannot hang on to the Tejada, and 6 will get a double. 6 serving to post 7, Arrieta and a time. Forehand throw into the upper pad. 1-7. Brings back Zulaika and Bilo, post 8. Arietta plays the reverse. At the back wall, the catch by Bilo. 8 gets a double. 8 serving to 1, Vicente and Porte. That one shoots down off the back wall, so the 1 gets a pair. And 1 will serve to post 2, Aaron and Laborde. That is into the cushion. Scored for the 2. 2 serving to 5. That is Iturbide and Mansi. They return with the 8 points they earned the first time up. So it is now a possible game point for the receiving 5 team. And Iturbide cannot hang on. Scored for the 2. 2 teams serving now to post 4. Benatrice and Oyenart. Point to post 2. They have 7 now. Possible game point for Aaron and Laborde. Post 2. Trying to stop them will be the 3. That is Laduch and Urbieta. Reverse into the backcourt. Setting up Leduc. Fall down rebote. Too low into the pad. It is point and game, post 2. Post 5 will finish second. The 3 will take third. There'll be a 5-way playoff now for 4th place, and this one will go all the way to 9. 6 starts it off by serving to 7. There's a Dejada by Arieta. It's point of 7. 7 serving to post 8, Zuleika and Bilo. Tips off the cesta. 1-8. And 8 serving to 1. Over serve, point 1. And 1 serves to 4. That is Benatrice and Oyenart. Forehand throw back inside. It's caught on the fly by Vicente. And that is off the court. 1 will get a double. And the 1 team now with 6. Again, this playoff is to 9 to complete the superfecta. And 6 will now receive 1 serving to 6, Goanaga and Donnell. And the inside Tejada, point 6. Check that, point 1. 1 team with 8 now, possible quad point, post 1, serving to post 7, Arieta and Atan. It's in the pad, point and quad, post 1. 2-5, 3-1 is your order finish here in game number 4 this afternoon. Winning game number 4, post 2. Aaron and Laborde finishing second, post 5. Iturbide and Mansi coming in third, post 3. Laduce and Urbieta taking fourth, post 1. Vicente and Porte. The Quinella here in game number 4. Is 56.40. The 2.5 exacta 98.20. Trifecta 2.53, 3.24 even. And a superfecta 2.5, 3-1, $667.60 on a $1 ticket. Game number 5 is up next. He completes the pick 3. Spectacular 7 singles match played to 7 points with points doubling after the first round of play. Post time now just 7 minutes away.
Okay, we're back on our simulcast broadcast for our fans on the internet and watching on YouTube. The games this afternoon have been excellent, Benny. One thing, I just looked at the wins totals. The leader is 9, and this is through the 9th. But the leader with 9, 3 guys with 8, a couple guys with 7. Everybody seems like right between 6 and 9 of the top players. And that says something for an equal roster.
Yeah, you know, I mean, again, we talked about it out in the audience last night. By the way, last night was a great night out there. It was more of a social event. A lot of retired highlight players. We had Arriaga was out there. We had Ernesto Arriaga from Miami was out there. You know, Arrieta's dad, which is known throughout for all the years in Milford, Connecticut, and here. We had Iruta from Miami, just a slew of old, I mean, again, retired highlight players. It was great to see them all. They were all out there drinking and watching the game, and it was just a lot of fun to see them. And that's exactly what the main topic was how evenly paired this roster is. There is not one guy. I mean, I played with Michelena for 100 years, and that guy was superior. He won more games than everyone else. Everybody was used to him winning. So I guess what I'm saying is that it's been a long time since we've had a roster where anybody could win. And yes, we have a couple of guys like Zulaika and Arrieta and Goinaga that have been here before and are knowledgeable of the court and its quirks. But for the most part, everybody's, you know, you see these games that everybody has game point and they're long games. Everybody gets 1 point and everybody gets 3 points and everybody gets 5 points. So it's nice to see, and I like to think that the highlight fans, the ones that love the game, I'm not talking about the people that are betting combinations or betting on the games. I'm talking about the people that love the game. They want to see everybody get game point. They want a 20-minute game.
We've always had one player that stands out on a roster, which we don't really have right now, but you know, an Eric from your Dania rosters. You mentioned Michelena, you know, Ara, a Joey, that sort of thing. And let's face it, people don't like to see those chalk trifectas coming out. So it's probably better for the betting if the guys are all pretty even and all the payoffs are going to be good.
Well, I'll take your word for it on that because I'm not the, you know, I mean, I'm embarrassed to say how little I focus on the betting side of it. I don't really watch. I do watch the pools. I watch, you know, sometimes when the combinations come out. But I'm not laser focused on the betting part. I'm more looking at the inside of the court than the outside. But yeah, it is nice to see that the players are evenly matched. And I do want to talk a little bit about the competition. And the qualifying that we're going through this month. It's been kind of stealth and quiet, but it is going on. And every game is important for these guys. I mean, it really is nothing more than the seeding or the ranking for the bracket. But you know, these guys that are high on points, they're good players. You know, Zuleika's leading the pack here in the front court. And if you look in the back court, you got young kids like Mancy and Portet and Atine, and they're all looking to see who the leaders are because that's who they want to play with. Not saying that the guy that comes in 8th place is going to be disappointed because they're all going to be good teams. But the seeding is important in the sense of if you're top 3, that means you're hot. You're making points and you're winning games. So the back quarters and or the front quarters want to be paired up with the better partners.
Well, I noticed at the end of that game, Aaron and Laborde won that game, and you know, they went up and gave high-five to each other, very happy. And I thought, wow, was one of them maybe their first win or something like that? And that's when I started looking at the win totals. And no, they're right in the middle of the pack and doing well. So, again, influencing the fact that every game is important.
Right. Well, you know, as far as the high-fiving and the emotion you see, that's authentic. I mean, I'm seeing it in the locker room. These guys, I'm telling you, they call me up at 9 in the morning to see if they could come practice at noontime on a day that we don't start till 6 o'clock. You know, these guys, they want to practice, they want to train, they come every day to the gym. It's an enthusiasm that I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, I missed it. I haven't really seen this in a long time, and not saying anything negatively about the previous rosters, but you know, with it being so many first-timers here in the United States and first-timers playing Canela, and that's another thing that I need to point out is that these guys, it's the first time they're playing Canelas. They're looking at the scoreboard. They're trying to get used to the rotation. They don't know where they are in the playoff. They're a mess when it comes to you know, where they are as far as the learning curve for Canelas. But they're getting it, and again, they're enthusiastic. They're training. They're training hard on and off the court, and it's just a pleasure to see.
Well, these 2 months of this season, kind of a special tournament, and maybe people aren't even aware of what's involved. You talked about the point totals, and we're kind of in a qualifying period now. Explain what we're doing here in the month of December and how that will change in January.
So, you know, anybody that's watched previous seasons of Dania knows about the Spring Challenge and the Fall Challenge and all the different Partido series that we've had. And this is very similar. As a matter of fact, it's very similar in the sense that the month of December is all qualifying to get everybody seated for the Partido play that's going to happen in January. And so in January, I think it's either the 5th or the 6th, the first week of January, we're going to start the elimination round, which means the bracket will be set. Everybody will be seated 1 through 8. And we'll have every Thursday and Friday night after the 9th game, so in other words, game 10, there'll be win bet only, and it'll be an elimination partido where the team that wins will obviously make it to the quarter and quarterfinal round, opportunity to continue forward, and the team that loses is out. So Thursday nights and Friday nights, game 10, will be playing 15-point partidos, and that'll be throughout the whole month of January. And then the last partido, which is the final for first and second place, or for first place for the championship, will be a 21-point match, and that will be on, I believe it's January 27th. It's the last Friday of the tournament.
I know you wanted to work partidos in. We'll talk more about that when we come back. We got another game to get underway here. You know, we've done this for years. Benny and I had conversations on air, and people always seem to enjoy it. We hope you're enjoying it as well, and let us know what you think about it. But we'll be back with more. We still got to get to that ball tearing on the court.
We went off track
there. We'll come back with that very soon. But Game 5 coming up next.
Game 5 is singles action. Game played to 7 points. Serving wearing red in post 1, Ether B. They receiving in blue post 2, Zuleika. Chick check winner, point of the 2. Here's post 3 wearing white. That's Mandiola. And that is off the cesta. Point 3. 3 now serving to the 4 in green. That is Arta. Point to post 3. Black shirt at post 5 is Lelouch. And that tips off the cesta, point of the 5. Here's the forehand throw and the catch on the reverse this time by Arietta. Lelouch to Vote, short hop pickup by Arietta. And his carom is a winner, point 6. After a quick discussion, the judges rule now that the ball was out, and the point will go to post 5. .577 and Brown, go Naga. Ooh. Nearly hit by that one, but getting out of the way is Lelouch. Gets by him, though, and it's point to the 7. So 7 now, 7-8 in purple. That is Urrutia. Leaping catch on the run on the outside by Goanaga. Perfect placement at the sidewall inside, and it's point to the 7. 7 now serving to post 1. Iturbide. Points are double. 1st to 7 wins this game. One on. 1 now serving to 2, Zuleika. Ball comes out of the cesta of Iturbide. Scored for the 2. There's a carom by Zuleika. Point to the point to the 2. So 5 points now for post 2, Zuleika, and he will serve to post 3. Mandiola who will try and stop him. Here's the carom by Zuleika, pointing aim post 2. Playoff now for place and show. The 4 players in the playoff, 1, 3, 5, and 7. They'll pair off and then the winners will meet. First 5 serves to 7. Point of 7. And now 1 will serve to post 3, and the winner will meet the 7 for place and show. Chick Jack by Iturbide, point 1. There's the chick check winner by Iturbide. Point in place to the 1. 7 will show. $217 is your finish here in game number 5. Winning game 5, post 2, Zuleika finishing second, post 1, Iturbide coming in third, post 7, Goanaga. The Quinella 1-2, the Exacta 2-1, the Trifecta 2-1-5. Here are your prices. 1-2 Quinella, $12.80. 2 on Exacta, $20.60. 217 Trifecta, $119.20. And the pick 3 numbers, 1, 2, and 2, and 3 of 3 get you back $454 even. Game 6 is up next. It starts the late pick 3. Spectacular 7 doubles match. Played 2 7 points with points doubling after the first round of play. And post time now will be in 7 minutes.
Okay, we're back, Highlight fans, with a little bit more discussion of the sport of highlight, and I teased it a couple of games ago, and Benny will explain it now. A little situation happened in a game the other day where the ball actually tore in the middle of a point, and it just died like a fluttering bird and ended the point. Obviously, a bad break for the team that was trying to receive the ball, but the judges ruled it correctly. I want to know what happened, how it happened, and why it happened, and if it was explained correctly by the judges as you moved on.
Very interesting. So that's one of those things that you see once in a blue moon. You don't see every day or every season even, where something like this happens. But basically what happened was, oh, they threw the ball at us. Basically what happened that day was that the ball in flight during a point tore, and it tore because the ball tears all the time, but it tore to the point where the skin was actually coming off and making the ball flutter in the air. So last night I had the pleasure of having Stu Nyman in the house, and he came into my office and we sat for about an hour and we talked about a bunch of stuff, not necessarily the ball breaking, but we talked about a bunch of stuff, and one of the things that came up was the rule book of highlight. So as many of you may or may not know, there is no rule book for highlight. It's not written anywhere what the rules are for highlight. So for over the years, we've just kind of been going by what we think we know are the rules of highlight. As Stu put it, very comically as he does, is that it's very much like the Ten Commandments, that it's written on a stone somewhere. We don't know where those stones are being held, but it's written. They were written many years ago, and they haven't really changed. But there are times that something like this happens where it's more of a house rule, I guess. So what happened was the ball broke in the middle of the flight of the point. It bounced between the two guys. It fluttered, and the point ended. So the rule, as far as I know it, and many of them agreed with me when we were discussing it, is basically that whoever threw the ball last and hit the front wall last wins the point. So the point was awarded to, I can't remember now who threw the ball, but that team won the point. So again, there's many rules that, and I learned a lot of the rules in Miami Highlight in my younger years in the early 80s, when there was really a heavy enforcement of the rules. And I'll give you a couple of examples if you'd like. So the ball is not to be tampered with during the game, and that's a sensitive word because we're not really tampering with the ball, but there's a reason why there was a ball boy many years ago. The players are not supposed to touch the ball. The only time you're entitled to touch the ball is when you win a point. So basically, the only person that's allowed to bounce the ball and check it is the person serving. So you'll see the 1 and the 2 go out for the game, the first point of the game, and the 1 will grab the ball, they'll bounce it, and as a courtesy, they throw it to the back quarter of the 2, where he'll bounce it and throw it back. After that, no one's supposed to bounce the ball and check the balls. So, for example, if I'm in the 3 and I'm on deck and I'm like, I wonder what ball I'm going to use, I'm not supposed to check the balls until the point is over. I go out and win the point, and then I could look at the balls that are in the box. So that's just a quirky rule. We obviously don't do it like that anymore. I had a player last year that after every point he would win, he would check the ball, and if the ball was broken, he would throw it to the referee. You're not supposed to do that. If you're serving, if you win the point and you're serving, and the ball is broken, you're supposed to just put it in the box and get another ball. Or you could play with that ball. If I'm serving and I throw the ball to the other team, and he looks and he goes, "This ball's broken, but I'm okay with that," and he throws it back, we can use it.
Is there an advantage to that?
Well, it depends who it is, because if I'm a strong player and I want the fast ball, then yes. But if I'm a weaker player and I don't want the fast ball, then it works against me to keep that ball. So I'll throw it to the referee and say, "This ball's broken," and he'll take it out of the game.
Well, conversely, a player may not want that ball in the game, and I've even seen them go as far as to kind of take their thumb and make that tear a little bit worse.
And that's another thing that's, it's frowned upon, and it's not supposed to be. I mean, look, when it comes to the highlight ball and the years that I've played, I've seen everything. I've seen players on deck that wet their basket, and they purposely keep their hand wet, so when they serve the ball, it's wet. And it skims. I'm sorry, the person that's serving, let's say I win the point and I walk back and I wet my basket between the point before I serve, and I purposely keep my hand wet. When the guy hands me the ball that I go to serve, that ball's wet. Who knows what's going to do when it hits the floor? Things like that. But, in theory, again, just for the sake of this point, you're not supposed to touch the ball unless you win the point and you're serving.
Well, I think I've seen it all. Like you say, you've seen it all. I think I've seen it all from my angle up here in the announcer's booth for nearly 40 years. Just as far as the ball tearing, it's a common occurrence if it hits the choppa, if it hits the side screen, and at the end of a point. I don't think I've ever really seen a tear in the middle of a point just coming off the wall.
I've seen it before, and I've actually seen it worse than that, where the ball rips and it's like that, where it's fluttering in the air, but the point continues. In this instant, the ball never made it to Urbieta, so he couldn't return it. But had he gotten that ball and thrown it again, the point continues. And if the ball is broken and it's fluttering, it's to your advantage to keep the point going, because if you hit the front wall and the ball just dies out, you win the point.
Having seen a lot of things over the years, I've seen a guy make a throw and see the basket fly off his hands. Obviously, we've seen guys lose their helmet or get hit in the head and crack the helmet or something like that. Have you ever seen that in the middle of a point like that, where it was that drastic?
I mean, again, like you said, losing your cesta during a point. I've seen people throw the ball, the cesta comes loose and comes off. They pick it up and they just hold it in the palm of their hand and continue the point. And yeah, I mean, listen, when you're in this for 45 years, I think you see everything once.
Well, the ball maker's certainly not to blame for this. It's just a tremendous amount of force on the ball, and they do such a great job in getting these repaired. So it's tough. Listen, we're running out of time this game. We got one more game coming up here, game number 6, and then 3 more after that. So this starts our pick 3. We hope you're getting your bets in while you're watching this, and we hope you're enjoying the conversation. We'll try to continue to do this as often as we can, and we'll move on here with the next game. Thanks for being with us. And we'll be back after game number 6.
Game 6 is a doubles match, spectacular 7. It starts the late pick 3. Serving and wearing red, post 1, Arietta and Mandiola. Receiving in the blue shirts, post 2, Benetrice and Urbieta. Game 6 is on. Nice catch at the sidewall there by Benetrice. Into the back corner, and it's tipped by Urbieta there. Point to the one. One now serving to post 3, wearing white, Urrutia and Bailo. On the run, a nice play by Mandiola. Snagged there by Urrutia, and he'll send it deep. And that heads into the sidewall, then off the court, point of the 3. 3, serving out of post 4, wearing green, it's Echeberry and Danelle. Touched in the front court, point 3. Post 5 wearing black, that is Lalu and Arta. Point of the 3. Three will serve to 6 in gold. That's Zuleika and Mansi. Three with another. That's 4 straight now for post 3. Urrutia and Bailo. They'll serve to the 7 team, Uresti and Laborde. It's in the cushion. 3 gets another. This is the 18 Aaron and Atine. Atine plays it to the inside. Tough rebote save there by Rutia. Court out of the inside. And back quarter, Bilo has it. Rutia, forehand rebote, center of the court. On the run, there's a nice play by Atine. Pops out of the cesta, 3, takes another. 6 straight points now for post 3, Urrutia and Bilo. They'll serve to the 2. Benetriz, center Bieta. Point game to post 3. That is a perfect game for Urrutia and Bilo. The one team will take second here in game number 6, and there'll be a 6-way playoff for show position. Teams will pair off, then the winners will meet. First 4 serves to 5, then 6 meets 7, finally 8 will serve to 2. Court to the inside, it's part of 5. And now 6 will serve to 7. And there's the carry on by Zulaika, 0.6. Eight will serve to 2. One to 2. Now 5 will serve to 6. 2 will wait on deck. And that will tip off the cesta, point 6. Six now serving to post 2. Beatrice and Urbieta. Possible show point, post 6. Too high into the cushion, point to the 2. And it's a show point now, 276. The winner takes the show. Latte is returned, but it's into the pad, and it's point and show post 6. 3-1-6 is your order finish here in game number 6 this afternoon. Winning game 6, post 3. Urrutia and Bilo, they had a perfect game, finishing second, post 1. Arietta and Mandiola coming in third, post 6. Zulaika and Mansi. Quinella 1-3, Exacta 3-1, the trifecta 3-1 and 6. And the trifecta 3-1-6, 195-60. Game number 7 is up next. It is a superfecta game, spectacular 9 scoring, and it is the middle game of our late pick 3. Post time now for game number 7 will be in 6 minutes.
So while Dave puts in the prices, because everybody wants the results right after the game, I'll go ahead and jump in here and continue the conversations. I see here my good friend Argoite, which was a referee in Fort Pierce. ¿Cómo está, Jose Luis? Good to see that you're in the chat and enjoying the show. He says here in Spanish, for you, those of you who can't read Spanish, that he's basically saying that in Fort Pierce years ago, the same thing happened and they replayed the point. Now, from what I was told, because after it happened, we made the ruling, we stuck with it, and we moved on. But what a lot of the players were telling me that in Spain and in France, when this happens, the referee has the ability of stopping the point for safety for the players. And I agree with that. I think that would probably be the right move because, yes, the ball could take a funny bounce or it could hit the side wall and hurt somebody. And I agree. That's probably what you should do. If the skin comes off the ball or the skin is bad, so bad that the ball is not flying correct, you should stop the point. However, in this situation, in this instance, the point ended. In other words, the ball didn't get any further. There wasn't any more throws. So we decided that the right call would be to not replay the point and just award it to the guy that threw it last. But had the ball kept flying or the point kept going and the referee elected to stop it and replay it with another ball, then I would have been okay with that.
It's pretty funny that in today's world, in today's technology and the internet, that you can have an old friend be in Barcelona, or I'm not sure exactly what city Jose Luis is in, but have a conversation with a guy from Connecticut, with a couple of people from California, and maybe a bunch of Floridians here. It's such a small world now, and it's exciting.
Well, if I know we don't have a lot of time, but just a funny story. In 2001, I was taking a computer class, and the teacher was very animated. And he got in front of it and he said, "One day you'll be able to share music through the internet and download songs." We didn't even know what downloading meant. And you'll be able to talk to people that are in other cities. And we all just looked at each other like, this guy is crazy. So, yeah, technology is awesome, and it's really brought us to where we are today. And I, for one, am glad that we here are trying to keep up with it now.
Yeah, what does it mean for the future of this sport?
Well, look what's happening with all sports. Now, sports betting again. It's legal in most of the states in the country. It's starting to, even move further. You've been following sports betting for probably since I met you, before it was even a thing. So
when I was betting with a guy in the corner.
Yeah, I mean, it's just now it's a way of, it's like everything. It's a way to monitor it, control it, tax it, and and everybody is probably better for it.
Let me ask you a question about your job as a player's manager. Now, the game has changed, obviously. There's so many traditional things about highlight that stay the same forever. But the player's manager has a few different roles here because, first of all, at one time, he handicapped the games, tried to make the teams even from top to bottom, put a great player with a little bit weaker partner maybe in a better post. Strongest teams would always be in the 5, 6, and 7. We always laughed and joked that Joey never wore post 1, 2, or 3. So if you could get that jersey at the end of the season, that was a real clean bargain. Anyway, now we have random draw. Do you still have random draw? And how do you select which players are in which games? Because they're all so even.
Wow, I would love to. I wish I had 10 minutes for this question. We use a software. It's the same software that everybody in the highlight industry has been using for the last couple of years. It's actually great. And what it does is it pairs up everybody evenly as far as post position. It also has the capability of pairing everybody evenly as far as partners. Now, what we're seeing today is with 22 players, there's less players in the pool, so there's obviously less partners to be partnered with. So, for example, somebody in the audience said, "Hey, what are you doing?" Somebody and somebody were in partners 4 times in one performance. Yes, because with so little or so few players, we don't have the capability of having it even as far as post positions and partners. So we have to select which we prefer. So we've selected for it to be post positions rather than partners, because then the post positions would be out of whack. But yes, we use the software. It's very simple. People say, "Why'd you put this guy here and why'd you put it?" Look, I put the players in the game that I want to play, and I hit randomize, and then I hit print. And that's it. I don't really care much who lands where. The player says, "I wore the 5 4 times today." Hey, talk to the computer, because I didn't do it. I just put you in the game. I didn't put you in the post position.
Not to keep harping on this, but because of the evenness of the roster, do we have early game players, late game players, or is it just one big mismatch of guys?
Well, again, 22 players. I need 16 per game. And having said that, my focus for this season or for this tournament is that at the end of the week, everybody has a similar amount of games played. So if that means that Ariad plays games 2, 3, and 4 because he played 6 games the day before, then that's what it's going to be.
Interesting stuff. We got another game coming up. We'll talk a little bit more. I'd like to identify some of the individual thoughts on players, guys that you're seeing, and how you evaluate their game. So we'll do that when we come back.
Didn't you ask me that in the first game?
I think I did, but
we never got to it.
We'll get back to it. Anyway, we'll move on here with game number 7. I hope you're enjoying the action here today and also enjoying our commentary. It's something we've wanted to do for a long time. It was always difficult to try to do it for the people in the internet as opposed to the people inside the building in the auditorium. So we found a way. We think we can do it. Let us know what you think about it, and we'll come back.
This is game number 7. It is a doubles match, spectacular 9. Serving and wearing red, post 1 will be Lalu and Atain. Receiving in blue, post 2, Vicente and Bailo. Excellent catch by Atain. One of the two. Those 3 wearing white, Goanaga and Mansi. Big bounce out near the screen, and it scores, pointing to 2. Post 4 wearing green, Oresti and Mandiola. Strong throw there by Mandiola. Now in the backcourt, the play made by Bailo. Inside placement. Cutting over hard is Vicente, but he could have not hang on, and now it's the 4 team on the board. 4 serving to post 5 wearing black, Echeverri and Oyenard. Echeverri, strong throw, and it's cut off by Mandiola back at the 12 line. Pops out of the cesta, score for the 5. Five, 7 to post 6, that is Urrutia and Urbieta. Point 5. 5, 7 to 7 now, wearing brown, Iturbide and Arta. That clips the sidewall, lands on the court, then out of play. Score for the 5. Three straight for the 5. They'll serve now to post 8, wearing the purple shirt, Zarin and Porte. And that one's out of play. Point 8. Don't forget that this is a 9-point game. First to 9 will win it. And 8 now serving to post 1, Lalu and Atan. Points are double. Once again, first to 9. That tips off the cesta, point to the 8. Here's the 3, Goanaga and Mansi. Three with a pair. And that will fall short. It's point of the 2. 2 team with 4 points now, and they will serve to post 4, Uresti and Mandiola. There's a remate. It's run down on the outside and returned by Vicente. Point of the 2. $276. That is Urrutia Norbieta. Point 2. So 8 points now for the 2 team. Possible game point, Vicente and Bailo. They'll serve to post 7. Iturbide and Arta. That tips off the cesta. Milo, the 17 is on the board with 2 more. Now 2 serves to 5. That's Echeberry and Oyenard. And that tips off the cesta. It's point of the 7. And 7 will serve to 1. Lalu and Atan. Final one. One serving to post A, that's Aaron and Porte. One. One team now with 4, and they will serve to post 3. That's Kowanaga and Mansi. A tying with the reverse this time. Kowanaga plays the rebote. Cortada is caught by Kowanaga. And that will tip off the cesta. It's point 3. Post 3, serving to post 4. Uresti and Mandiola. Off the tip of the cesta, 3 gets a double. Three team of 6, still serve to post 6. Urrutia and Urbieta. Now Goanaga with a reverse, comes off the back wall hot. And a rebote made. Urbieta, forehand throw to the inside, and the catch by Goanaga. And that's off the cesta, 3 with a pair. And the 3 team now with 8 points. They'll serve to the returning 2 team also with 8. So this will be win point. The winner will take the game. The loser will finish second. And then we'll have a playoff for show and quad. There's a Dejada by Vicente. It's point and game to post 2. 3 will finish second. And this is now show and quad point, 7-7-1, show and quad. Running over to get it. Nice play by Lalu. There's Robote on the outside of the court. Lalu with a strong forehand. Chick Shack dug out there by Arta. Stays in play. Now here's the reverse by Atine. Good positioning there by Iturbide. Scooped on the backhand by Iturbide. And that tips off the cesta at the sidewall. It's point and show to post 7. And 1 will take the quad. 2, 3, 7, and 1. Your order finish here in game number 7. Winning game 7, the 2 team of Vicente and Bailo. Finishing second, post 3, Goanaga and Mansi coming in third, post 7. Iturbide and Arta taking fourth, post 1, Lalu and Atine. The Quinella 2-3, the Exacta 2-3, Trifecta 2-3-7, Superfecta 2-3-7 and 1. And here come your prices: 2-3 Quinella, $27.60. 2-3 Exacta, $48.60. 2-3-7 Try, $172.40. Superfecta 2-3-7-1, $590.10 on the $1 ticket. 9 games in this performance this afternoon. Game 8 is up next. It starts the late daily double. Spectacular 7 scoring in this doubles match. Post time now is 6 minutes away.
like head-to-head competitions and things like that. But some of the logistics of the players not being local, and most of our previous players that are local are now tied up in other contracts, so we don't have the availability that we would like as far as players. But we are definitely talking and discussing other formats and other betting formats as well. And another question that real quick I'll get to before we get into the players that Dave wants to go over here is making some more YouTube videos or YouTube commercials. And if you noticed, we did a couple of YouTube skits and some Instagram stuff. We have a new crew here doing some social media stuff for us. And unfortunately for me, I got real busy the last two or 3 weeks. I've been just so busy with the players arriving and practicing and uniforms and all that other stuff. So we're hoping to do it in the next week or so. We have one or two ideas, and we're going to probably film them in the next couple of days and then edit them and get them out to you within the next 10 to 14 days.
Yeah, the excitement is palpable out there, but come on, folks. Let's let Benny get himself worked in to this game. He's been working so hard at putting this together. We can't talk about a highlight school. That's putting the cart ahead of the horse.
Oh, that's something that I have to come in like an hour early and talk to you guys about that, because that's something I've been wanting to do, Dave, since 1998. Quick story, 1998, they were selling the North Miami facility because they were short on cash flow, and they were selling it for $425,000. And I went into the front office. At the time, I was 34 years old. I was just moving to the backcourt. I thought I was at a good place in my career, but I went in there and I told them I'll retire tonight, and today will be my last day, and tomorrow morning I'll show up at North Miami and I'll run the academy and I'll teach Americans to play this game. And unfortunately, they needed the cash bad, and they also thought at that point that it was more feasible to bring in players from the infrastructure that was already set in Spain and France from the schools over there. So they went ahead and sold the building, and then obviously I tried to get amateurs in the early 2000s. In 2006 I went on a campaign when I retired to try to get a court built in somewhere in Miami, and that didn't pan out. So amateur highlight is something that's big to me. That's actually how I started here in Dania. I don't have enough time to continue that part of this conversation, but maybe we'll talk about it some other time.
But the passion is obviously there and has never left you to grow the game from the roots of the community. It's really how the game got started to its heyday back in the 70s and 80s when parents would come here. They'd bet highlight, they'd go home, they'd get a basket and take it to their son and have them take them to amateur.
That's how I got started in 1977. So, but I'll tell you, I'll make another quick point about amateurs and say I went to 4 different universities here in South Florida. You all know who the big universities are. And that was as recently as 6 months ago. And I went to the athletic directors and I told them, hey, let's make highlight a club sport. You guys put a team together of your top student athletes. We'll bring them out to the Dania court. We'll teach everybody from the beginner to intermediate to advance, of playing highlight, and we'll make it a club sport. And eventually, some of these colleges would be playing against each other, at a high level of highlight. And unfortunately, there was not a lot of interest from the athletic directors for whatever reason, travel, danger, whatever it was. But as recently as 6 months ago, I was trying to put something together, and it just didn't pan out.
Well, I'd like to get to the players. We might have to save this for one more game because what has the impact been on the business here? I'd like to just get your thoughts on that because people are wondering about that. Obviously, the main focus here is the casino now. We brought back highlight. Has that impacted the poker room, the other things here in the building?
Well, I think it's actually vice versa. I mean, we definitely – I am seeing people here that have not been here all year. Ever since last November, they didn't swear off on the building, but they said, well, if you're not going to have highlight, that's the reason I'm going to the building. So they haven't been to the casino or to poker. But I think that what we're seeing is that, the old fans are coming back from last year and the years before, and also some of the poker players and some of the people that are already here in the casino for a show, for a dinner, for whatever, are coming in and peeking their heads in, and they're watching some highlight. And we're getting a lot of questions like, how do you bet highlight? So there is some interest. We're actually working on something as early as tomorrow of getting some pamphlets out and some signage around the building, just with maybe a TV looping how to bet highlight, because a lot of people say, well, you need to go out and find new customers. We have a lot of foot traffic in this building. I mean, it's pretty packed on weekends. So if we teach 10% of the customers that are already coming to the building how to bet highlight. The pools will be bigger, and we'll have a lot of new fans.
Fans are out there making their picks here for the final 2 games, the daily double and everything. I won't put you on the spot and get a pick from you because I know you can't do that. But who's impresses you the most? Can you give me a quick player, and then we'll talk more about it after the next game? Who's impressed you the most of guys that you brought over from Spain and France?
Well, again, I've seen all these guys practice and prepare, and there's guys that are not really statistically showing their potential. A guy like Echeverry in the front court, he's great. He's got a nice costado, nice rebote. He throws shots when no one's expecting it. I think he's going to have a lot of upside either in the month of January when we play the Partidos or even after that. In the backcourt, Oyernard and Portet, these guys are big, strong guys. You could tell they play Plaza Libre, which is, where they throw the ball from long distances. And even younger guys like Mancy and Uresti, and there's Mandiola. There's a lot of guys with a lot of upside. We could definitely get into more depth. We're going to hold this game for 30 seconds, so I could just say that I'm not going to be able to do this every day. So I hope that the expectation is, that when we do it, people will ask the questions that they want to hear. But I'm going to try to do it at least 2 times a week to be able to answer questions, and it's a lot of fun. And I know you enjoy it too, so I'm going to try to do it as often as possible.
I do, and I've moved on to another full-time job, so we welcome Dave Lamont in, who's doing all the games, ESPN experience in college football, and he'll be back next week. Let's move on to Game 8 and our late daily double.
This is Game 8. Starts the daily double. Serving wearing red in post 1, Uresti and Bilo. Receiving in blue post 2, Lalu and Porte. Porte on the inside. Point 1. White shirts post 3, Zulaika and Oyernard. Here's a Romate, and it's off the cesta. Point 3. 374 in green. That's Echeverry and Arta. Point 4. 475, wearing black, that's Ledouche and Danielle. Now the reverse, center of the court. Moving in is Laduch. Cortada is out of the cesta and 5 scores. Post 6, wearing gold as Sarutia and Laborde. Tips out and into the cesta, and a nice return there by Laborde. Inside Cortada by Laduch, point of the 5. And 5 serving out to post 7, that's Arietta and Urbieta. Laduch will send it deep. Chick Shack dug out in the backcourt. And at the sidewall is Laduch. And he returns a winner. 1-5. $5.78 in purple, that is Vicente and Mandiola. Inside Dania by Vicente, 28. Eight will serve to 2, that is Lalu and Porte. And that one gets by Porte. It's point of the 8. 8 with 3 points, serving out to post 1, Oresti and Bilo. Excellent carom by Vicente, point of the 8. So just like that, it's now a possible game point for post 8. Vicente and Mandiola. Trying to stop them will be the 3 teams, Zuleika and Oyenard. It's out of play, point 3. 3 will serve to post 4, Echeverry and Arta. 1-4. 4 serving to 6. That is Urrutia and Laborde. Running it down in the front court is Urrutia, and it's .6. 6 serving down to 7. Arietta and Urbieta. .7. Seven, 75, LaDuche and Danel. The outside placement by LaDuche, .5. 5 points now for the 5 team. LaDuche and Danel. They'll serve to post 2. Lalou and Porte. Winning game, post 5. Post 8 finishing second. The playoff is for show now. 3 serving to 4. Show point. Tips off the Cesta point and show post 4. 5-8-4, your order finish here in game number 8. Winning game number 8, post 5, LaDuche and Danel. Finishing second, post 8, Vicente and Mandiola. Coming in third, post 4, Echeberry and Arta. The Quinella 5-8, Exacta 5-8, Trifecta 5-8 and 4. Here are your prices. The 5-8 Quinella, $152. The 5-8 Exacta, $146.60. The 5-8-4 Trifecta, $714 even. And to pick 3 numbers, 3, 2, and 5. 3 of 3 gets you back $324.48. Game number 9, our final game of the day. Up next, singles match, spectacular 7 scoring. Post time in 6 minutes.
question that a chatter asked. Mr. Alai asks if I know anything about a team going to be added to the battle court or something at MC next year. I'm really not at liberty to say. I am in some of the conversations that go on about the players that are selected to play there and things like that. But I just you'll find out soon enough. But there was talk about them adding a team. I do know that. I do know that they are already adding more players. So maybe you're seeing some players today that may be playing there next season. I don't know. Or I do know, but I won't say. So anyways, I don't have much to do with the battle court or the teams or the players that go there, but I do know that you will all be pleasantly surprised, or at least some of you may be pleasantly surprised to know that some more players will be added similar to last year.
I don't know how much you're at liberty to talk about our guys here, our new guys here, as far as...
Wait a second. Wait. You're not going to tell them? You're not going to tell them about what I said to you as I was walking out the door?
No, I can't do that.
Last game? I did. I picked the 5 to win that game. I just a whim. I picked the 2 also, the 5 or the 2, and I picked the 5.
Be careful what you wish for. They'll be demanding picks every game from you.
Listen, that was a fluke. Trust me when I tell you, I am the worst person at picking winners when it comes to Alai, whether it's here or anywhere else.
Well, we talked about players that you see as future stars in this game. How about your guys that you brought back? Arietta obviously was a leader of the players IHAPA, and he definitely has been a big part of the growth of this sport in certain ways. He was obviously a one to bring back. People are asking about Eric and why he isn't here. He isn't good enough. Didn't he want to play? But there's lots of reasons why things happen. And, can you just give us a synopsis on how you chose these players and who had the most input into kind of leading to them?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, most of the players in November, they left here and moved on. They found jobs. They found a lot of them moved back to Spain and France. A lot of them, moved to other states here in the United States. So the selection process was more focused on, as I mentioned earlier, just getting guys that had not been here before. And that was a blessing and a curse because I'm happy with them, but a lot of the people that bet players and follow players, they didn't have any stats or anything to go by the first week that these guys were playing. But I think that, as far as Eric's a great player. He's obviously, people were upset because I gave a Tyne number 11, and they think that Eric's shirt should be up in the rafters with Joey and Arriaga's. And I don't disagree. It may very well someday be. But for those who don't know, Tyne's father was a Triple Crown winner and a champion here at Dania, and now his 18-year-old son is here, and he wanted to know if he could use number 11. And so, as my son wears 22 at Magic City, I think it's honorable for a son of a former player to wear his number. Arietta, Zuleika, there's a dozen players that wear their father's number. So having said all that, there's a lot of players that I would have loved to have brought back. And it's not that I didn't want to bring them back. It's that, again, with 22 slots, you have to commit to a certain ideology is what I did. And I said, I don't want a guy that wins more than everybody else. And look, he's a great player, and he would have been winning the Triple Crown or winning this championship straight out. And I'm not saying that he's too good to play here. I'm basically saying that when I was looking at talent levels, yes, if Aritz would have came, and yes, if Goico would have came, and yes, if Lopez would have came, yes, Eric would have came. But it was at a point where I had to say, do I go this route or do I go that route? There was a fork in the road, and I picked one, and I live with it, and I own it, and I've tried to explain it to some people, and I've realized that sometimes people don't agree with you no matter what you say.
Any interesting these guys out here that watch and gals that watch the games on the internet, they love inside information as far as like interesting stories. You got anybody that maybe is the son of somebody that nobody realized?
Well, I mean, yeah, like I mentioned, Urrutia's father played, I think, in Fort Pierce a couple of years back. Everybody knows Zuleika's father played. Everybody knows that Arta's father, Irby, played in West Palm Beach and Orlando for many years. So, yeah, there's a lot of players that are second generation and some of them third generation. So, yes, we can get into that some other time. I mean, again, very short time that we have here today. This is my last segment because, like I mentioned, I got some things I have to do. But I hope to do this again either next week or whenever we get a chance.
Certainly was a lot of fun. I've enjoyed it, as always, on the shows that we did together on TV 20 years ago. We could do hours of this stuff and just talk about it.
What I think we're going to try to focus on is doing this before the performance. So if the people on the internet want to tune in just before the performances, from time to time, Dave and I and you and I will do it as well.
Okay, that's going to do it for today. We're moving on to game number 9, our final game of the day. Thanks for being with us today, and we look forward to being with you next time.
This is game number 9. Serving wearing red, post 1. Is out to receiving in blue, post 2, Mandiola. Arto with Tejada. Point 1. Wearing the white shirt, post 3, Arietta. And that one's out of play. Score for the 3. Three now serving to 4 in green, Lalu. And there's the Chick Shack. It's dug out, but it hits the overhead screen and on the way back to the front wall. Point of the 3. 3 will serve to 5 in the black shirt, Zuleika. Point five. Five serving down to post 6. In the gold shirt, it is Echeberry. Point five. Five, 7-7. That is Vicente. That's an overserve. Point to post 7. And 7 will serve to post 8 in purple. That is Urasti. Point 7. Now here's the 2. Mandiola, he's set to receive. Points are worth double. First to 7 wins this game. There's a long Dehada. That will work. Point of 7. 7 with 4, serving down to post 1, Arta. Arta's high 2-low return lands off the cord, point to 7. Possible game point now, post 7, Vicente. He will serve to the 4, Lalu. Inside throw, cut off by Lalu on the reverse. Nice play. Throw comes low off the back wall. Robote, big bounce at the side wall. Lalu is there. And the throw by Lalu is a winner, point 4. 4 will serve to 3, Arietta. Point 3. 3 serving, 2 post 6, Echeberry. That is into the cushion. Scored for the 3. Possible game point now, post 3, Arietta. He'll serve now to Zulaika, post 5. That landed on the court, then into the red pad, so it scores for the 5. And here's the 8, Oresti. Catch by Zulaika and the carom, running it down on the outside is Uresti. And he returns a winner, point of the 8. 8 will serve, 2 post 2, Mandiola. Karam will score. It's point 8. 8-7 to 1 Arta. Hook too low in the cushion, score for the 1. And 1 will serve to the returning, post 7, Vicente. He's back with 6, possible game point for the receiving 7. Two bounces on the carom by Arta, point 1. Possible game point for Arta, post 1. He'll serve now to Lalu, post 4. Point game, post 1. Play Sancho, point now, post 3, serving to post 7. This is for play Sancho. And service winner, point in place to the 3, 7 will show. Winning game number 9 this afternoon, post 1, Arta finishing second to 3, Arietta coming in third, post 7, Vicente. Quinella 1-3, Exacta 1-3, Trifecta 1-3-7. And here come your prices. The 1-3 Quinella, $22.40. 1-3 Exacta 71.80. 1-3-7 Try 442.60. And the late daily double is a 5-1 combination, returning 111.60. And that will do it here for a Sunday afternoon here at the casino at Dania Beach. We hope you enjoyed the action today. We hope you are back with us next week. We are dark on Mondays and Tuesdays for Alai, but back on Wednesday night with a single performance at 7 p.m. Check out the schedule, and we hope you'll join us throughout the holidays as we look forward to running this 2-month season here at the casino at Dania Beach. We hope you've enjoyed the action, and we will catch you next week here, another week of Alai. I'm Big Dave Lemon saying bye-bye from Alai.